We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that external reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance.
Thank you, you're most kind. Mr. Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senators.
I, Mark King, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
I, Charmaine Saunders, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will, so help me God.
Announcement by the Speaker, by the President.
Congratulations to both of you, Senators Markey and Senator Dr. Charmaine Saunders, and welcome to today's sitting. Today we commence the first Senate meeting for 2023, and I will share a quick snapshot of the work we accomplished for 2022 and the intent for 2023. For 2022, 9 Senate special meetings were held. A total of 83 bills, motions, and papers were entered into the order of business, of which 36 or 43.4% were bills, 31 or 37.3% were motions, and 16 or 19.3% were papers. In addition, while one of the 5 sessional select committees, the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee, meets at Senate meetings, the other 4 met at least once in 2022. That is the Standing Orders, House and Regulations Committees, and the Committee of Privileges, to deliberate on a number of matters pertaining to their mandate. Through the membership of the National Assembly in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and Parlaméricas, and the membership of Belize in the United Nations, senators participated in several capacity building and knowledge sharing sessions virtually and face-to-face in Belize, South Africa, the United Kingdom, the United Nations offices in New York, Barbados, Canada, Australia, and Argentina, on a diverse number of thematic areas, including but not limited to multilateral climate negotiations, the care economy, the scrutiny of national security legislation, human rights, gender inclusive and effective budgeting, leadership, strategic thinking, and team management, all with the aim of enhancing performance as legislators and scrutineers. I have also held discussions with several members of the diplomatic community and with presiding officers of other parliaments on areas for potential collaboration in enhancing the work of the Senate as a key oversight mechanism in our democracy. As the National Assembly is comprised of 2 houses, the House of Representatives and the Senate, neither superior or inferior, but rather complementing to each other, and as both houses share the facilities and resources allocated, the Speaker of the House of Representatives and I continued our collaboration in 2022 on a number of key initiatives in furtherance of reimagining, transforming, and modernizing the National Assembly to make it a more effective and efficient parliament, and one that is more inclusive, open, accountable, and engaging with people. Some of these initiatives which we embarked on in 2022 and expected to continue in 2023 are the convening of the Children's Parliament, a Women Parliamentary Caucus, the strengthening of the information, communications, and technology and education and knowledge platforms of the National Assembly, the renovation and redesigning of the physical spaces and amenities of the National Assembly and its grounds for a modern and inclusive parliament, and one that takes into consideration the next generation of parliamentarians, a National Assembly logo and crest to distinguish it as a separate and distinct branch of government, strengthening the capacity of the staff of the National Assembly and addressing its human resource, legal, technological, and financial challenges through the work of the National Staff Assembly Committee, and in moving towards greater autonomy, to name a few. We also met with the Prime Minister, who has the responsibility for parliamentary matters and who also happens to be the Minister of Finance, to discuss these matters. For 2023, with your support, it is my intent to build on our work in 2022. Very shortly, and on a decision of the House Committee, for the first time, a survey will be conducted to hear from you on matters relating to remuneration and allowances and comfort and convenience as is provided for in Standing Order 66. And how is it that we can improve, where necessary, the services of the National Assembly, that the services of the National Assembly provide to you to deliver on your work. Other areas in our annual work plan for 2023 includes adopting the revised standing orders and the code of conduct, and establishing the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Committee, all of which the preliminary research and work were completed in 2022, and establishing a standing committee to inquire into matters of national importance which are critical to advancing nation building. I thank the clerk and the staff of the National Assembly for the tremendous amount of work they do to support us in the Senate. the Attorney General's Ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their continued guidance on legal and parliamentary diplomacy matters, to Madam Speaker and our partners in strengthening the role of the Senate in our democracy, and to all of you honorable members of the Senate for supporting the initiatives of the National Assembly such that we can deliver on the dreams and aspirations of our government and our people. The work, at least officially that is, of the Senate begins, for 2023, begins today. Honorable members, by letter dated 3rd February 2023, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following: Financial Services Commission Bill 2023, Credit Reporting Bill 2023, Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023, Inter-American Development Bank Trade and Investment Facilitation Program for Belize, US $8 million Loan Motion 2023, Inter-American Development Bank Program for Digital Innovation to Boost Economic Development in Belize, US $10 million Loan Motion 2023, and Inter-American Development Bank Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Belize, US $15 million Loan Motion 2023.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, may I first congratulate you and welcome your report on the activities of this Honorable Senate for the year 2022. Succinctly articulating and recording for the public record the work of the Senate in the way you did, I think is a welcome development, and I thank you. I also wish to take this opportunity to welcome Senators King and Saunders to today's sitting. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills: Financial Services Commission Bill 2023, Credit Reporting Bill 2023, Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023, and Notaries Public Amendment Bill 2023. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 35/1/14, Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure of the Central Bank for the fiscal year 2023, number 36/1/14, the 20th Annual Report of the Contractor General, April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022, and number 37/1/14, Civil Works Contract Agreement for Upgrading of the San Esteban Road, Banquitas Bridge, San Esteban Village, 2023.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the Air Services Agreement between the Government of Qatar and the Government of Belize, hereinafter referred to as the agreement, was signed on the 30th September 2022 in Montreal, Canada at its 41st session of the International Civil Aviation Organization. And whereas the agreement provides rights to airlines designated by the parties for the purpose of operating international air services on the routes specified in the annex to the agreement, with these rights being the right to fly without landing across the territory of the other party for non-traffic purposes, and the right to make stops at the points and routes specified in the agreement for the purposes of taking on board and discharging international trafficking passengers, cargo, or mail, or in combination and other matters related to the grant of these rights. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 22 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution, 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the air services agreement between the government of Qatar and the government of Belize, a full text of which is hereunto annexed.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the regional agreement on the access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, hereinafter referred to as the agreement, was adopted at Escazú, Costa Rica on the 4th March 2018 and entered into force on the 22nd April 2021. And whereas the objective of the agreement seeks to guarantee the full and effective implementation in Latin America and the Caribbean of the rights of access to environmental information, public participation in the environmental decision-making process, and access to justice in environmental matters, and the creation and strengthening of capacities and cooperation, contributing to the protection of the right of every person to present and future generations to live in a healthy environment and to sustainable development. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 21 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution and 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, a full text of which is here to annex. Madam President, before taking my seat, I think I should disclose to the Honorable Senate that after Cabinet approved this agreement, the ratification of this agreement, the government of Costa Rica, which is the seat of the Escazú agreement, announced that it was reconsidering its position with respect to this agreement. We will therefore delay the ratification, if authorized by the Senate, until the government of Costa Rica finalizes its position.
Honourable members, that motion is then going to be referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and then report thereafter in consideration of the request of the Leader of Government Business. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, hereinafter the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program that will promote Belize's foreign direct investment and trade performance, and whereas the program will consist of 3 components whose activities will: 1, improve investment facilitation through simplification, standardization, and automation of key investment procedures through the implementation of the single investment window, improve the investment promotion and export development tools, and small and medium enterprises internationalization through the strengthening of the trade and investment institutional apparatus, and 3, improve trade facilitation through simplifying, standardizing, and automating key trade processes. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the project shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance Economic Development and Investment, acting as executing agent. And whereas the bank has offered financing of up to $8 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Lender, Inter-American Development Bank, loan principal amount, US $8 million, disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of loan contract. The loan term, 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $205,128. Purpose, to execute a program that will improve Belize's external position to foster inclusive and sustainable growth. Rate of interest, interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per the SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. Credit fee, a credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization from the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to transform the external sector through diversification, integration, and innovation, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President, and Happy New Year. It's good to see everybody again. Madam President, when I heard about the Senate meeting, I said I wouldn't come here today on quarrel. But Madam President, today, without anticipating any debate in the other two motions, we're here today to borrow $66 million. We're here today to ask the Senate to vote to ratify the borrowing of $33 million, and we're barely into February. Madam President, if I may say this before I get into the actual motion and the loan contract. This is coming from a government whose current leader and prime minister said when he was in opposition, we need to stop borrowing and we need to stop raising taxes and borrowing and we need to grow the economy. And the first item on the Senate for debate, in the Senate for debate for this year, is to borrow $66 million. Now, add to that, Madam President, I don't know, and we don't want to hear, the Belizean people does not want to hear about the past, about last week, about last year, about the crucifixion. Nobody wants to hear about the past. We're living in a time now when you come to the Senate and ask the people of Belize to borrow $66 million in their name. They want some explanation. They want some details as to what this money is for. And this first motion, Madam President, for $8 million, so $16 million. For what? What are we borrowing $16 million for? Because the public wants to know, Madam President, and we live in a time now where this current Belizean is ultra sensitive and ultra aware of what its government is doing like never before in the history of this country. So when we come to this Senate or to either houses of this National Assembly, we better put to the Belizean people what it is we're doing with their money, especially money that we're borrowing and we have to pay back for the next 25 years. Madam President, when merchants and shops are crossing out prices of goods in a magic marker and put on bigger price on top for chips, on basic food items, and then we come here now and say, allow us to borrow $16 million for activities that will, one, improve investment facilitation through simplification, standardization, and automation of key investment procedures through the implementation of the single investment window. What that? Madam President, what is that? What is that? Two, improve the investment promotion and export development tools of and small and medium enterprises internationalization through the strengthening of the trade and investment institutional apparatus. What is that? Hopefully the business senator can enlighten us as to what that is. Because when you're borrowing $16 million, you can't come to the National Assembly with that type of language and not say, what is it for? Us basic Belizeans want to know, okay, when you borrow $16 million in a name and we have to pay it back in 25 years. So apparatus and so institutionalized, what are you doing? Are you building programs, computer programs? Are you hiring people so that they can talk about what they will need to set up a board to hire people? Will there be consultants? Will there be money spent on paper and talk? Will there be, what? $16 million you want, you know? Then, three, improve trade facilitation through simplifying, standardizing, and automating key trade processes. What is that? We'll hire more people. We will what? What will we do with that? What does that mean? What apparatuses do we have in place and what will we be spending it on? Do we have 10 people doing this and now we need 20? Do we have a computer program that costs $1 million and we need one that costs $5? What? So, Madam President, in the past, when I would say this about the lack of details on loan motion, your deputy will hold up the contract in my face and say, it's in here. Read the contract, the loan contract, see there? But when you read this, Madam President, it's emptier than this. The loan contract speaks nothing about what we will be using this money for. Nothing. When you read this, Madam President, it only talks about you have to pay back, the disbursement period, the borrower has to present to the bank the fact that they've hired a project manager, a financial specialist, and a procurement specialist. So right away, you know, Madam President, you have to hire 3 people. So how much will you be paying them? Who will be hiring these people? How do you go about doing this? How do you plan to spend the people's $16 million that you're borrowing in their name? There is nothing before us to indicate what you will do with that money. And you can say what you want in here and you can make pronouncements in here. But Madam President, we are asked to approve $16 million for some obscure apparatus, but then the details and the monies will be spent away from the eyes of this body? And do we need to borrow $16 million for some touchy-feely? What is it, a study? What is it? We don't know. All it tells us is what, according to this agreement, the government is not allowed to do. On page 4, the borrower directly or through the execution agency. So there'll be an execution agency, will not finance activities that generate significant impacts according to the social, environmental impacts in accordance with the bank's environmental and social policy framework, have the potential to cause significant impacts on critical natural habitats or damage to critical cultural sites, cause significant impacts on indigenous peoples. I want to clear this with my case back. Senator Carl, because he may have something to say about that clause. But what I'm saying is this: there is nothing in this loan contract that tells any one of us. We have nothing in writing to indicate specifically what this money will be spent on. $16 million that all we have to pay back in 25 years. And you don't tell us what it's for, what it's about, the details. This was a government elected on so-called transparency that you would bring to governance. And all you're asking us is, allow us to borrow $16 million. What? For some apparatus and some internationalization and some automation, and we don't know what it's about. And the details are not here, not in the loan contract, not in anything that's been provided for us to debate on. So, Madam President, how can we support something like this?
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support the motion. I've heard what the Senator Perifit mentioned just now, but from the private sector standpoint, Madam President, time is one of the most valuable commodities that we have. You know, I come from a long background of working in the business community, and when I see the development and implementation of a investment window, this is something that we've been clamoring and asking for decades, at least 20 years. And why an investment window, Madam President? When we're looking at bringing in investors in, it's extremely frustrating and sometimes discouraging when they have to be finding them when they have to be knocking from one ministry, one office to the other, trying to figure out the process to go about these investments, to get the necessary permits, to get the necessary authorizations that they need. And so the investment window that we have been asking for all these decades was an effort to bring all of this together so that people don't have to be wandering around, wondering what to do, trying to figure it out, especially persons who are coming in to invest in the country. But even locals have stumbled on these processes a lot for a long time. And so we wanted to bring all of this into a centralized area where all the needs can be addressed in that particular area. And so that was the whole concept behind the investment window, is to try to bring all these processes and procedures together. This is what happened in other countries, and so what we've been asking for was generally an idea, or basically an idea that we had gotten from some other countries that have been doing it well. When we have this type of infrastructure in place, Madam President, it encourages investments. Remember, and I think this is an extremely important point that I think we have to always remember, is investors don't have to come to Belize. There are options out there. And if we are in the game, or if we want to be in the game, we have to understand how it's done in the other areas or in other countries for which we compete. And so this is certainly an initiative which this motion is bringing to the fore that I certainly support. I think it's an extremely important step in terms of being more competitive in bringing in investments. Like I said, these are simple things that we could have done a long time ago. It hasn't been done. And I think that it's high time we do it. This has been a long time coming. The automation, simplification of the processes, again, is extremely important, Madam President, because even for local businesses, I mean, I've been dealing with this for decades again. People are frustrated when they go through all those processes within the government service where there are no specific procedures, nothing is written, or they're not familiar with the whole processes. Hopefully, this investment window will bring all of this together. Now, there's one request I want to make in this process, and for all these motions, Madam President, and this is, I'm hoping, or perhaps we can get some type of midterm report and completion report of the project, simply because I think that it's important for us as senators, as Belizeans, to know how the money was spent, how effectively it was spent, if we achieved the goals that we had set out for. And so for all three motions, and perhaps for future projects, I think it would be really important if we have evaluation reports and implementation reports that can be reported back to the Senate. We can review it and say, hey, the $16 million that we spent was well spent, that we achieved what we set out to achieve. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, if I may just interrupt the debate to inform honorable senators that regrettably, I just noticed, Minister Cowie just noticed, that in relation to the three contracts, the annex or the annexures are missing, which detail the actual work to be done, one of the complaints of Senator Perfeet. We have asked the FinSec to provide it urgently to the senators. If not for the debate, we'll certainly have it in committee. Sorry.
I recognize Senator Moses Vengusher.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to use the opportunity to welcome Senator Mark King and Senator Charmaine Sanders this morning as they take their seat amongst us. Madam President, in speaking to the motion before us, I want to today also anticipate the other two motions before us insofar as loans are concerned by the Belize government. From where I sit, I'm not adverse to loans, because I recognize that especially amongst governments, and especially governments in the Caribbean today and in this day and age, that a part of balancing budgets is to be able to ensure that they make their countries access to loan agreements, whatever and in whatever form. I believe, however, that, and I continue to remind us, I continue to remind the Senate, that as our government, on our behalf and the Belizean people's behalf, continue to borrow, it is important that we establish some important guidelines, especially as we borrow on behalf of the Belizean people. It is important. And Madam President, to take note of specifically as we borrow, and as these loans are borrowed on our behalf, the Belizean people's behalf, it is important to note some of the things, such as was pointed out, the terms and conditions, and perhaps even further the ideological influence of such loans. Why, for example, are these loans being given to us, whether at concessionary and perhaps, I would say, some kind of way in which, as a people, we haven't, as I say sometimes, read the fine print. The government of Belize, in negotiating these loans on our behalf and receiving the loans, must, as was pointed out earlier, be aware that as the loan agreement is carried out, the tendering process, and as was also pointed out earlier, the contracts for consultancy, that these things are carefully looked at. And so, in borrowing, we must ensure that, as a government, there are some principal things that are taken into consideration on behalf of the people of Belize. Yes, as was pointed out earlier, and as we look at the loans for today, the loan motions for today, we can perhaps say that yes, they will help investment, and no doubt, as we consider the fact that, especially amongst our medium businesses and small businesses, that this might benefit them in one way or the other, I'm asking, as was mentioned earlier also, that a part of accountability is important, and I'm glad that that was pointed out, that at the end of it all there can be clear reporting, and that the people of Belize and this Honorable Senate is satisfied that our monies would have been well spent. But as I said, Madam President, I'm not adverse to borrowing because, to be honest, that is the way in which most Caribbean countries are balancing budgets today. But I'm just asking of us to be very careful that as we go into these loan agreements, that we take note of the fine print on behalf of the Belizean people. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. As leader of government business, mentioned the annexes are not included, and we've requested that. And I can, for right now, at least in terms of this motion, go through the components. But before I get to that, I'd like to speak generally about the question of debt, because I've heard comments about borrowing and the amount of borrowing that the government is making. So, as I tend to usually do, I look at the numbers, the data, the statistics. And what I would want to highlight, as much as the Senator Murphy would prefer not for a discussion about the past, we have to have that context. So, in looking at the statistics that are published by the Central Bank of Belize and are available on the Central Bank's website, we can avail ourselves of what has been government's performance as far as debt is concerned, where the trends are, and what is the impact of that debt performance. What? Closer? It's on? Okay. I'll start off with domestic debt. In February 2008, our total domestic debt was $350 million. By 2015, it had increased to $475 million. Between 2015 and 2020, it increased to $1.3 billion. In that one term of office, it increased by $825 million. Over the entirety from 2008 to 2020, domestic debt increased from $350 million to $1.3 billion, an increase of $950 million, or almost $1 billion in debt. Since change of government, the change in domestic debt, the total domestic debt, has been a total of $15 million. The debt has gone from $1.3 billion to $1.315 billion. 15 million in over 2 years and 3 months. I don't see how that's excessive borrowing. $15 million in over 2 years. $15 million in domestic debt. On external debt, which these motions speak to, on external debt, in 2008, the total external debt was $1.95 billion. By 2015, it had increased by $400 million to $2.35 billion. By 2020, it had increased another $540 million, or a total of $940 million, to $2.89 billion. Between 2020 and now, the end of December 2022, that debt now exists as $2.73 billion. I should add, the end of the year 2021, it was at $2.68 billion. End of 2022, it increased to $2.73 billion. So in total, the total debt, without accounting for the Venezuela discount, which will be over $250 million, is $200 million. So there hasn't been an increase in external debt. There has been a reduction of external debt. What I think needs to be clarified is there is a difference between an approval and a disbursement. We come to the House, we come to the Senate for approvals, but we owe based on what is disbursed. And that is what these numbers reflect. Disbursements on loans, whether it's domestic debt or external loans, That's what the disbursements, that's what we owe, the disbursements on the debt. And clearly, like you said, the statistics reflect that debt has gone down, has not gone up, has gone down significantly. And the reflection of that reduction in debt is what the international community speaks to and appreciates through the debt to GDP ratio. And that debt to GDP ratio went from a peak of 133% at the end of 2020 to 68% as at the end of December 2022. Again, without accounting for the discount on the Venezuelan debt. So, I think, given that context, we can now focus on what is here before us today. And looking at and listening to the comments, I fully appreciate the shortfall in terms of the unavailability of the annex for this meeting today. And to that extent, certainly in connection with this loan motion, I would just like to quickly run through the components. As Senator Herrera spoke to, what is the object, what is the purpose?
Madam President, if I may, if I just make a suggestion, it's not a point of order or anything. May I suggest that since these annexes are only going to now be available, we put these off until our next Senate meeting? Because we need time to read those and debate them. I'm a fast reader, but how can we debate something that we, just a suggestion, leader of government business? Right? No surprise.
You may proceed, Senator Chris Crowley, and I thank you for your recommendation, Senator Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President. As I was referring to the comments made by Senator Herrera, there are weaknesses that exist in our investment and business environment in Belize that have existed for decades. Those weaknesses were not hidden. Those weaknesses have been identified. And those weaknesses do is they make Belize uncompetitive from a comparative standpoint. Those who do business in Belize, whether local or foreign, fully appreciate the challenges of doing business in Belize, and that is why Belize has been consistently and perennially ranked one of the lowest, on the bottom half in the world in the ease of doing business. According to the OECD trade facilitation indicators, Belize's performance in all trade facilitation areas in 2019 was below the average performance of both the upper middle income countries to which it belonged and lower middle income countries from which it has moved. Belize suffers from information asymmetries that limit the interests of foreign investors. Beltrade has limited tools and resources when compared to its regional counterparts. Belize ranks 131st in the world in country brand for trade location, and economic and promotion information about Belize as an investment location is outdated on official portals. Clearly, something needed to be done. This is what this project loan, this investment project loan, seeks to do. It has three components. One is to facilitate investments in Belize through the implementation of a single digital investment window. This component will contribute to simplifying and automating key investment procedures through the implementation of the single investment window, and will finance business process reengineering and normative layer, including a business process model and notation mapping, simplification proposals and drafting of decrees and/or laws, development of an operational layer, including a proposal of an operational framework and governance of this single investment window, capacity building and shadowing in execution, change management strategy and dissemination, technological development and implementation of key FDI processes on the single investment window, integrating different platforms and ensuring sustainability, considering agile methodologies whenever possible, technological architecture, hardware and software, capacity building for maintenance and sustainability of the system, and including gender disaggregated data requests to provide data intelligence, and strengthening Beltrade's operational management capacities for the deployment of the single investment window, including additional support in business development and IT management. Component 2 is on investment promotion and export development. This component seeks to increase the positive spillovers of FDI in the local economy through the improvement of investment promotion programs and the development of new suppliers program to accelerate SMEs internationalization, which will promote the growth and direct and indirect exports of the local firms in Belize. This component will finance FDI promotion programs, including lead generation, facilitation, and aftercare services through the adoption of new digital tools and institutional strengthening. It will include methodologies and mechanisms to ensure monitoring of results and adequate customer relationship management. It also optimizes Beltrade's process, which includes the generation of disaggregated data and its analysis and export development through the creation and implementation of a supplier's development program. The third component focuses on trade facilitation, and this component will contribute to reducing delays associated with administrative procedures by strengthening trade facilitation. As part of that phase of implementation will be the foreign trade single window, which this component will finance business process reengineering to ensure that trade processes are optimized and aligned with international best practices, the deployment of a licenses, certificate, and permits module that will serve as the single entry point and management system for all import and export LCPs issued by participating agencies, which will include the generation of gender disaggregated reports. So in essence, is to simplify investment, to simplify the conduct of business in Belize. So, Madam President, these are my comments for this motion.
Madam President, first of all, I wish again to apologize for the absence of the annexures. They will be delivered to the Senate very shortly. Madam President, thank Senator Herrera and Senator Benguche for the issues they have raised and their support for the loan motion. Madam President, there are some things that I wish to highlight in response to the comments made. And the first is to remind this Honorable Senate the terms of this loan motion, which is equally applicable to the other motions coming before the Senate, is that there is a grace period for 5.5 years. And then the amortization of the loan is over 25 years. Turning to the actual document, the contract itself, Madam President, I think it is important that the record of the Senate reflects that some of the concerns raised by the honorable senators are addressed in the agreement. The agreement provides, Madam President, for how bids will be conducted, the supervision of bids, and the control of the disbursement of the loans in a very open and transparent way. And Madam President, these can all be seen, for example, just as an example, Chapter 5, Supervision of Project Execution, addresses directly one of the issues raised by the good senators. It provides that for the purposes of Article 7.2 of the General Conditions, the documents that, as of the date of signature of this contract, have been identified as necessary to supervise progress in the execution of the project are a multi-year execution plan which shall include comprehensive planning of the project pursuant to the structure of the expected outputs set out in the project results matrix and the critical path of milestones or actions that must be taken to ensure that the loan is dispersed within the period indicated in Section 2.04 of these special conditions. The multi-year execution plan shall be updated as necessary, but especially whenever significant changes are made that delay or may delay the execution of the project, or changes are made to output targets for intermediate periods. So there is a multi-year execution plan that will be monitored. B, annual operating plans shall be presented at least 30 days prior to the beginning of each calendar year and prepared on the basis of the multi-year execution plan shall contain detailed work plans for each year. And again, very specifically in response to the concern about progress. C, semi-annual progress report shall be presented within 60 days after each semester and include the outcomes and outputs achieved in the execution of the annual operating plans, the procurement plan, the project results matrix. The borrower agrees to participate through the executing agency in joint evaluation meetings with the bank to be held within 30 days following the receipt of the aforementioned reports. In short, Madam President, I wish to underscore to this Honorable Senate the fact that the performance, the targets, the outputs, the indicators will be carefully monitored by the parties to this loan. Section 502 goes on to provide for the supervision of the financial management of the project. And then 503, evaluation of the results. In order to determine the degree of compliance with the project's objective and results, the borrower or the executing agency, as the case may be, shall provide the bank with the following information: a midterm evaluation report presented within 6 months at the end of 2 years from the date of the contract or after 50% commitment of resources, whichever occurs first, a final evaluation within 90 days following the end of the original disbursement period, or any extensions thereof, or 90% of the loan amount has been committed, whichever occurs first. In short, Madam President, it is our respectful submission that the loan agreement, the contract, provides for oversight, supervision, reporting, and measuring the performance of the projects to be undertaken. I do not need to add anything to the presentation made by Senator Covey, which actually just laid bare the irrational response of some senators to what clearly must be a loan that is going to finance and attract investment, make business easier, create jobs, and advance the Belizean economy for the Belizean people. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to transform the external sector through diversification, attract more diverse FDIs, integration, facilitate trade in neighbor countries, and innovation, promote positive spillovers of FDI, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank, on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time, and whereas the government of Belize, in an effort to promote growth and increase efficiency in Belize's economy, has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program that will promote the digitalization of firms and government services. And whereas the program will consist of 2 components whose activities will: 1, promote the growth of firms, especially women-led MSMEs, through increased adoption of digital solutions; 2, promote the efficiency of firms through digitalization of licensing processes, and 3, reduce costs for citizens through the digitalization of civil registration services. And perhaps it is intended that the execution of the project shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered financing of up to $10 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Lender, the Inter-American Development Bank, loan principal amount $10 million, disbursement scheduled over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract, loan term 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments, repayment period to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about $256,410. The purpose to execute a program that will stimulate increase in sales and efficiency of firms through digital transformation and increase their supply and access to digital services. Rate of interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per the SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans, the credit fee. A credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to drive economic growth in Belize by promoting digital innovations in order to achieve its vision for Belize to become a digital economy, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Similarly, Madam President, it's the same motion, pretty much. Just got the information with the annexes, but clearly we can't read that now while we're trying to debate. But it's ridiculous to expect that we can debate that now with the information just reaching us. It's the same, what we have in front of us now, what we were given to prepare for this debate, for $20 million. $20 million. I think we should have the annexes before we debate so we can see the details of what, but it is what it is. But Madam President, my concerns are the same. If you're going to be asking the Belizean people to borrow $20 million in their name that they have to pay back for the next 25 years, then they should know before it is passed in Parliament exactly what that money is being spent on. And we don't know, because this IDB contract for this loan motion, that is the same contract they cut and paste it, that is the same contract they use, not new. Or nothing spectacularly different, that is the same loan motion, with the same terms basically, and the same of everything, just more money for digitization of firms. And this is something, you know, Madam President, that conceptually, with the proper details, I could support. If you're telling me that you're borrowing money to digitize a system where I can apply for my passport on a computer in a secure server and get my documentation in the mail, then I can support that. If you're telling me that a person can apply for their birth paper digitally and get it somehow mailed to their house or whatever, then that is something that we can say, yes, that's good innovation. But we don't know that that is what will happen. We don't know what services they'll be digitizing. We don't know what sort of capacity building they'll, but hire more people. And then to see if maybe some of the services that they're borrowing this money for overlaps with Beltrade, because when you look at the last motion, this motion, and the next motion, you would seem to ask yourself the question, well then, what is Beltrade for? What is Beltrade for? And are we saying that they have failed because they didn't fail on us? So are they failing now? Will those people be fired? Will those staff be redundant? I mean, we need to see the details of this to determine and make a knowledgeable debate on whether or not this is something we can support, because digitization is indeed the way of the future. But when you're asking people to borrow $20 million and to pay back $20 million, then we can't just say, accept it, annexes, details, you don't want it, put it off to the next House meeting, Senate meeting, reject it. I mean, just like that, $66 million you're borrowing in the people's name, and you can't wait maybe another week to make sure that we know and we are fully prepared and knowledgeable about what we're debating and what we're getting ourselves into. So our position is the same, Madam President. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to drive economic growth in Belize by promoting digital innovations in order to achieve its vision for Belize to become a digital economy, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. Mike, read the annex. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program that will improve the competitiveness, climate resilience, and environmental sustainability of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will, one, provide direct support to farmers, agricultural groups, and MSMEs for sustainable and inclusive development in the area of environmentally sustainable and climate resilient farming systems and sustainable and inclusive agri-food markets, and two, create an enabling environment for sustainable and inclusive tourism development to address competitiveness, sustainability, and resilience and entrepreneurship barriers. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the project shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment, acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered financing of up to $15 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose, under the following terms and conditions: lender, the Inter-American Development Bank, loan principal amount, $15 million, disbursement schedule, over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract, loan term 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about $615,000. Purpose to execute a program that will improve incomes and promote sustainable livelihoods in agriculture and tourism. Rate of interest. Interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan, as per the SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. A credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth among MSMEs in two of Belize's main economic sectors, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Madam President, you see, I tried to hurriedly read the last annex that was just sent. And, you know, because I'm doing that, I couldn't listen to Senator Courtney's brilliant presentation, man, you see. And I see here, for example, that things that we need clarification on, like at Article 2.04, there will be a program for what they call green innovation vouchers, where green innovation vouchers will be provided to farmers to partially finance the implementation of their farm plans with the support of the technical advisors. The GIV will have a maximum amount of $4,000 Belize dollars. So you'll be giving farmers these monies. But how do you select these farmers? Which farmers? On what basis? It talks about there's a criteria. Inputs, equipment must be included in the pre-established menu of authorized technology. But what about farmers who don't possess those things? Fodder banks, silver, a lot of things away. Fodder for true. And then there's a 2.06, the preparation of green agribusiness plans for approximately 40 farmers groups. Which 40 farmers groups? With an estimated total of 1,000 individual beneficiaries. To get what? To get who? On what consultancies for what? Madam President, like I said, we can critically try to pick apart this annex to show that it doesn't really illuminate anything beyond the paper or the loan contract either. But Madam President, not having the time to go over it before today, before the actual debate, we cannot support these motions. We're talking about right now, this particular motion is $30 million. $30 million you're asking the Belizean people to borrow and pay back. And it doesn't matter how technical subtleties of, oh, you're not owe this much because it's based on this. Listen to me. All we Belize people know is that within the next 25 years, they have to pay back $66 million. $66 million plus interest. They want to know what the money will be spent on. They want the National Assembly to have all the information before we vote on this matter. Not having all the information and knowing that there was this information, we can't support this motion.
I recognize Senator Bishop Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I'm happy that as social partners, we had the opportunity to have met in doing some background work. And we had the opportunity not to have met with government, but we had the opportunity to have met with some members of the not Kin Farmers Association, but those who own the industry. And I thought that it was very important to have met with them. And in a sense, for me personally, very, very educational. And this is where, for example, I take note of what is here. To provide direct support for farmers, agricultural groups, and MSMEs for sustainable and inclusive development in the area of environmentally sustainable and climate resilient farming systems and sustainable and inclusive agri-food markets. And I thought it is important to point that out because one of the things that we were educated on is the fact that, for example, the cane farmers and their method of actually growing cane, at this point in time, is not sustainable, especially for the small farmers, those who have small fields. And at this point in time, it is important, and especially in the area of trying to get them to develop and improve their cane growing, and thus it will mean further growth for Belize itself. It is important that we look at sustainable ways of assisting these farmers. And now, I would like to say that perhaps if it applies to the cane farmers, then no doubt it will apply to the banana industry and those small farmers who need some level of assistance and guidance. And I believe that perhaps it might apply to the citrus industry. And so I just want to put it on record that for this loan, certainly we can support what is before us, because I believe that in a direct way, it will especially assist those small farmers who need to improve their way of farming. And may I say, Madam President, that one of the things that was pointed out is that for Belize itself, when we compare ourselves with the other Central American countries, the productivity rate and our export rating is not actually where it ought to be. And I believe that if we have systems in place to be able to assist these farmers, it will improve their productivity. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Yeah, just briefly, Madam President, I didn't intend to speak on any of the other motions, but I just thought I would comment on this one. While we support all three motions, this one on climate resilient farming is extremely important, and I'll give you 2 examples. In the banana industry right now, my understanding is that their production is down to about 25% of what it used to be. And that is all brought about by the challenges that people in the farming community are facing because of what we call climate change. And I think those challenges will only increase as we're going along. So I think that it's extremely important that we have this type of intervention in terms of trying to assist these persons on the front line who are struggling with these challenges every day. In the citrus industry is no different. I'm horrible at names, but the Sayatoga, I believe that and the citrus is green, right, the citrus greening, sorry, I mix them up. But again, if you look at the production right now in citrus from what it was 10, 15 years ago, it's all the way down. I think it's around 40% of what it used to be or less. And so these are extremely important interventions, I think, that the government is pushing right now. And so I want to just comment on the whole issue of borrowing. Borrowing for a right cause is good. There's nothing wrong with borrowing. What we don't want to do is to borrow for things that are non-productive, that things that don't have impact on development, an impact on people, on how we live, how we prepare for the future. And so, if we look at all these three motions, Madam President, all of them are addressing critical challenges that we face, whether that we're talking about automation in government, automation in the private sector, digitization in the private sector, climate resilient farming, agriculture. They're all extremely important for us to face the future, for us to better compete as a private sector. And so certainly from where I sit or stand at this time, I'm certainly very happy to support these three motions, and I understand that, we do have to pay back these funds, but, the important thing is it's for productivity, and hopefully if we can get those productivity going, then this will, 10, 15 years from now, this will look like a very good investment if we do it right. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I wish to rely on the social partner senators for a unique role. I listened to the Honorable Senator Perfeet reading from the annexure. He had assured us that he reads very quickly. I am publicly appealing to the good Senator Smith to organize some remedial reading and understanding, organize some lessons in the public interest. Don't charge as a charitable act. If you can't read and understand, ask for help. I am offering help, Madam President. I will organize with the good senator to help Senator Perfeet. But I have to rely on Senator Bengoshe as well. Anybody who opposes a loan that will provide direct support to farmers, agricultural groups, and MSMEs for sustainable and inclusive development in the area of environmentally sustainable and climate resilient farming systems and sustainable and inclusive agri-food markets. Anybody who opposes that needs prayers. They need divine intervention because they cannot have the interests of the Belizean farmers and productive sector at heart. Anybody who opposes a loan that will create an enabling environment for sustainable and inclusive tourism development to address competitiveness, sustainability, and resilience in entrepreneurship barriers needs prayers. Madam President, Senators Bengoshe and Senator Herrera spoke facts. They gave a brief description of the productive sector in the south and north of this country, and in fact, the west as well. The major agricultural exports of this country are under threat. The purpose of these loans is to modernize, to give direct assistance to farmers. And I hear Senator Perfeet say, you want to know the criteria. In their day, they may ask PUP or UDP. That's the first question they may ask. Madam President, these loans are to support the productive sector. These loans are to digitize the services of the government to the Belizean people. These loans are to modernize the Belizean economy, to make the trade and investment ecosystem in Belize more modern, efficient, effective. I ask that the question be put, and I thank the honorable senators for supporting the motions.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth among MSMEs in two of Belize's main economic sectors, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thanks, Madam President. Please pray for me. Pray for me. I need prayers. I prayed for you all this morning. You pray for me, no, man. Madam President, as I understand the bill, the desire of the government is to but bring the financial services of the country under some sort of regulation, so to speak. And if you look at the schedule, you go from 1, which is accounting services, 2, bill paying services, all the way down to wallet services provider, registered agent, financial, whoever is in the business of providing financial services. And it's defined in the proposed act. It includes as carrying on the business of financial service provider, registered agent, or managing services. And then a financial service provider is any business of providing or holding oneself out as providing all or any of the financial services listed in the schedule, such as accounting and stuff like that. So what the government seeks to do with this bill is to create a commission to oversee all of that. And the concept of doing something like that is not horrible. It's understandable why you would want to do something like that. But then you see, Madam President, the devil, as they say, is always in the details. You have at Section 3, a body to be known as the Financial Services Commission shall be and is hereby established as an institution governed by the provisions of this Act. So the Financial Services Commission will be the body to oversee all these people in the schedule to essentially make sure that they are doing their jobs properly. So there'll be some overseer body to look into them to make sure that they are not doing anything wrong. And the functions in Section 5, promoting and developing Belize as a center for the carrying on of financial services, formulating appropriate policies, providing advice, the framework. And then, without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing at 6.2, grant licenses, permits, authorities, carrying out of examinations, and the like, all of these things that have to do with financial services. But then, Madam President, the accountants, the registered agents, nominee, all these people will now know that they will come under the supervision of a commission. That's fine. There's no issue with that. But Madam President, you get now to part 3. Now, I am sure I read the plan Belize, you call it. And within that plan Belize of the PUP, the blue PUP, BLUE, the E for empathy, because it's just no blue. They take off that E, just BLU. You have now that plan saying to the Belizean people, before getting elected, that they would engage in passing legislation that reduces, minimizes, or as far as maybe in certain cases eliminate ministerial discretion and power. I'm sure I read that somewhere in that document. This government is to be elected on the basis that they will reduce ministerial power. Well, this legislation does quite the opposite. It puts ministerial powers on steroids. That commission that I spoke about earlier, Madam President, look at section 7, just to start with. It says the commission may, with the approval of the minister. So now you have a commission that's governing this entire scene, this entire financial services scene. And the first piece of legislation that talks about what the commission can do, the commission needs the permission and approval of the minister. So right out the gate, they don't got no power. The commission may, with the approval of the minister, appoint and employ a suitably qualified person at such remuneration and subject to such terms and conditions as it thinks fit as the Director General of the Financial Services Commission. So right away, with the creation of this entire commission, it is the minister who will have the final say on who the Director General will be. That goes against the entire concept of what you all campaign on. You said you would reduce ministerial powers and interference in everyday life. This piece of legislation increases it. But that is not the end of it, Madam President. Subsection 4 of 7. The Director General may, with the approval of the Commission, appoint a suitably qualified person as the Deputy Director General, and such person shall perform and exercise such functions and duties as are delegated to him by the Director General. So the Director General, appointed by the Minister, will be the one, with the approval of the Commission, to appoint his or her deputy. So in essence, Madam President, the Minister don't only appoint the Director General and the Deputy Director General, because for sure, the Director General will not hire somebody not approved by the Minister. And he may say, but hold on, man. But he said, but with approval by the Commission. With approval by the Commission. So the Commission will rule who hire the deputy. Now, before we get to who appoint the Commission to see if that makes any difference, let's look at section 8. The Director General may, at such remuneration and general terms and conditions as set by the Commission, appoint and employ other suitably qualified persons as officers and employees of the Commission for the purpose of ensuring the proper performance of the functions and the attainment of services of the Commission. So the Director General, a political appointee, will be the person to employ the staff at the Commission. The Minister appoints the Director General. The Director General will appoint his or her deputy and all the staff. So all of those people who will be working as staff members in the Commission will be essentially appointed by the Minister. Man, look here. This one I may read. You may give me this one here in time. Let's go to part 11. They say, no, Prefect, you don't know where they talk about, man. The thing say, the deputy shall be appointed with the approval of the commission. So the commission override the director general when it comes to her deputy. But then who appoint the commission? We don't know the minister appoints the director general and in essence the deputy and is in essence the staff, so you'd have figured no man. But that's all right, because the commission will have some sort of check and balance over anybody appointed by the minister. Only to read that the commission itself is appointed by the minister. But you don't have no commission and make the minister just do everything? Huh? You said you would pass legislation to reduce ministerial interference. Let's look at the commission. The commission shall be composed of the members provided in subsection 2, who shall be appointed by the minister. How can you have an supposed independent commission looking after financial services within the country over all these listed professionals and stuff in schedule, all to be supervised by government? So what is the purpose of the commission? You have now 4 members. So 4 members who have been awarded degrees or professional qualifications and have a minimum of 5 years post-graduation experience in law, finance, business, blah, blah, blah. Essentially private sector people. So you could say, but, you might just meet somebody in there who might say, listen to me, we might like to object, but you have ex officio members. You have the financial secretary, the director general, the governor of the central bank, the director of the FIU, and the Solgen. So you have the solicitor general, you can say, but no, that's the solicitor general. The director of the FIU, no, that's the director of the FIU. But you notice, the director general is the ex officio deputy of the commission, deputy chairperson of the commission. The director general appointed by the minister to run the day-to-day activities of the commission will also sit as deputy chairperson of the committee. Now, if by some reason any one of those, let's say for example, the 4 private sector people decide, you know what, we don't want to go in this direction, the minister has ensured that government still has the majority of 5 government representatives, because the director general, who he or she appoints, will have the majority. This is not, Madam President, what this government promised when they were campaigning. They promised the exact opposite of what this bill is. Look at subsection 8 of 11. Because you see, the public service who can't even get the increment, right? Huh? Can't get it, we're not going to pay next year. We only in February, next year we're not get paid. But, so much are paying commission people. Much are paying. Members of the commission shall be paid such remuneration and allowances as the commission may determine from time to time with the approval of the minister. So the minister could pay them any amount of money he wants to belong to a member of this commission. Any amount of money. And I'm sure he will be paid more than how much we get paid as senators. Huh? So even the pay that the commission will make will be determined by the minister. The members of the commission will be picked by the minister. The director general will be picked by the minister. The deputy essentially will be picked by the minister. This is not a commission. This is increased ministerial powers. Something that this government said they would not do in passing legislation if they were ever elected to government. And this is just simply another PUP lie. Because, Madam President, all this detail that's to the back here, it doesn't matter. It will be headed by a commission picked completely by the minister. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think it's an extremely important bill, and one that I think takes the whole Financial Services Commission further and addresses many of the areas that the first one had omitted. And I know that there are 6 new sections, and so I think with the passage of time, we've identified that we have to make sure that we cover other areas. I won't go into that specifically, but to a large extent, I agree with what Senator Perifit mentioned in terms of the ministerial power throughout the bill. He went into section 7 and 11, Madam President, and those were 2 areas that I wanted to point out as well, but I won't repeat what he said because I pretty much agreed with the issues he raised. The one that I would like to draw attention to, Madam President, so as not to take up too much time, because like I said, he mentioned the 7 and 11, sections 7 and 11 that I wanted to point out as well. But section 56.3, the members of the appeal panel shall be appointed by the minister on the advice of the commission by instrument in writing for such period as specified in the instrument of appointment. Now, the appeals panel is some entity has an issue with some decision of the commission and they want to appeal it. Now they have to appeal it to an appeals board. I think it's called an appeals board, appeals panel, that is being recommended by the commission, and the commission was then appointed by the minister. And I'm wondering, well, what type of objectivity, what type of fairness could one expect in an appeals process like that? And so I'm hoping that, that aspect of it can be looked over. I can see some major problems in there, and if I would have to make an appeal from should something like that happen, I wouldn't feel very comfortable going into an environment like that and hoping for objectivity throughout the process. I mean, sometimes we hope to have professionalism in these processes, but again, sometimes life is real, and the realities that sometimes we face, could be a major disadvantage to us. And so I'm hoping that the leader of government business can look at this specific issue here. Madam President, one of the things I'm seeing throughout the bills that are before us is a very ministerial heavy or minister heavy type of structure, and so I'm hoping that will not be a trend that we see into the future. I mean, we really want to, as much as possible, leave the everyday running of government business to the professionals. And so, those are my comments, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I will not go into details with the document, but I just want to highlight one aspect that was raised that is also of concern to us, and that is the area with the ministerial discretion, if you will, where the minister, again, we have raised this matter time and time again, that for these important, especially independent bodies, that we should not be seeing these matters being dependent on the minister. The minister may, on the advice of, on the approval of. And when we look at, for example, the point that Senator Herrera raised in terms of the appeals, you want for persons to at least believe that the body I would be appealing to is an independent body and one that would not have any sort of influence. But if you have those persons having to depend on the appointment or the approval of a minister, then it makes you wonder about the independence and what those persons who would have to go before that panel, what can that create? And sometimes we don't want to think of long term and what could be all the possibilities. But is it possible that if someone is not satisfied with the decision of the appeals panel because of the way the persons were selected, that persons, well, we always have the right to go to court, but those are always possibilities. And so I hope that as we look at these things, we would take the time and take into consideration the importance of removing these things from, especially these independent bodies. Thank you, President.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. The comments raised in connection with ministerial discretion are well taken and well noted. But before we get into that discussion, I just wanted to speak to the overarching objective of the legislation first. If this Financial Services Commission bill is not passed, there already is an existing Financial Services Commission Act. That Financial Services Commission Act was formerly known as the International Financial Services Commission Act. And that act already provided for the commission, established the commission, and the powers, functions of the commission, and its regulatory powers in connection with the financial services industry, then the international financial services industry. So what this bill seeks to do really is to consolidate that act with consequential amendments that were enacted under the Securities Industry Act, as well as other amendments that have been made over the past few years. So this act really is a consolidation. Within this consolidation bill, there are additional proposed amendments. The rationale for those proposed amendments is to enhance the regulatory powers of the Commission, improve the administrative structure of the Commission, and actually establish the appeals panel. The appeals panel that is being spoken of doesn't exist currently. In fact, under the current structure of the Commission, under the current law, an appeal from a person aggrieved by a decision of the Commission, you know where that goes to? That goes to the minister. Actually, the minister under the current law hears the appeal. So this is actually an important improvement to the current law. This approach or this drafting of the proposed appeals panel is taken from the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the structure of the appeals board, how that is created under the DBFIA. That is the basis upon which this new addition, this new mechanism for appeals is established. So it actually takes away the power of the minister as it exists currently to hear appeals, and it directs it into this newly established appeals panel. But even more than that, beyond the question of ministerial powers, ministerial discretion, the drafting of this legislation was undertaken in the context of the upcoming Caribbean Financial Action Task Force AML peer review. That will be conducted in December of this year, and it is in the review of that this legislation was seen as one that needed to be improved, one that needed to be enhanced. So this draft and the revisions to the current law are made so that we meet international standards. So this bill, as it is drafted, actually now meets international standards that we need to meet to be in technical compliance for purposes of the peer review. I'm not sure if many of you will recall, but the last time we went through a peer review was back in 2013 or 2014, and we failed. We were blacklisted. What was the impact of that on our correspondent banking relationships? We all know what that was. Belize suffered disproportionately more than the entire Caribbean and most other jurisdictions in the loss of correspondent banking relationships. So this bill is part of the overall effort for us not to fail. Leading up to the peer review, it is an area of concern because you have most other jurisdictions, Caribbean jurisdictions and Central American jurisdictions that have gone through this peer review process and have not done well. I think of 12 or 13 that have gone through the process, 9 of them have either been found to be non-compliant or partially compliant in their terms. So we have an uphill battle, at least we see an uphill battle. So it is important that we make amendments to our current laws in a way that will maximize our opportunity to get a favorable review when this process occurs later this year. But as far as technical compliance, this certainly will put us in good stead, at least as it relates to the Financial Services Commission. When we look at ministerial discretion, I think certainly I agree with the comments of all the senators that this is an area that needs close attention, that needs a path in review of not just one legislation, but all our legislation. It's extensively set out in the plethora of laws that we have, the ministerial powers. This effort here may not go as far as we would like to see it go, but it is an initiation along that path. The process in terms of appeal clearly speaks to that. And the qualifications also seek to focus in on ensuring that there are fit and proper and qualified persons that hold these roles and that are able to then independently function within these roles. In fact, even the commission and the administrative structure of the commission set forth in this bill not only speak to the regulatory powers of the commission and enhancing that for purposes of AML, etc., but also focusing on the commission members themselves and provides for declarations on conflicts of interest that have not existed before. So there are certainly additional provisions that focus in on good governance measures that look to that direction and that path towards good governance and minimizing ministerial discretion and ministerial power.
I recognize Senator Marking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam President, see, I haven't been in the House so long. I used to Madam Speaker. I think the mic didn't even want it to come on because it is good to be amongst you, knowing that the people's business is getting done. So thank you very much for your welcome, Madam President. Senator Courtney, thank you also for your warm welcome. And to all of you, I also thank you and welcome Senator Sanders over there. I especially thank my party leader, the Honorable Dr. Shinebarrow, for recommending me to be here today. Madam President, I'll make it very short. I think that Senator Koyi articulated pretty well just now in quite the form by supporting Senator Herrera and Senator Smith in terms of moving these kinds of things into more of a less heavy, like Senator Herrera said, less heavy ministerial powers that may be. I spent all night last night, up till 3 o'clock this morning, going through all the documents. I see some very good things here. Very, very good things. Senator Courtney, you've articulated and read some and put things at hand. And Senator Koyi has really brought that, the highlights of those very well. However, when I was done, I realized these are some really good things, like Senator Herrera said. However, I must agree with my colleague on this side that I only fell short of some of the details that would have had me right there with you. I'm not here to oppose you. I'm here to actually engage in a dialogue to make better for the government systems, for the people, to assist in passing these motions and so forth. And I want to see eye to eye with that. So when my colleague on this side says that, well, this is not in detail and the devils are in the detail, I have to agree with him, because I myself, after reading all night, was looking for something else, because I was on the borderline of wanting to approve everything here. This looks good if I can see the details, if I can see it trickling down to the Belizean people. Senator Herrera had mentioned the fact that it's not that we borrow. Every government has to borrow. It's not how we spend, it's responsible borrowing and responsible spending, which my colleague on this side is pushing for. And therefore, I fell short of the details, but I do believe that in other House meetings, should we have more details on these things, I believe some of them will definitely be good for this country, and that's the hope I have for it. Thank you.
Madam President, in winding up the debate, I want to, first of all, commend senators for the constructive comments that they have made. And 3 specific clauses in the bill were addressed primarily. The first was Clause 7, Senator Perifit took strong objection to the appointment of the Director General of the Financial Services Commission by the Commission with the approval of the Minister. I don't want to get into a legal debate with him because we all know who would win. Prayers. The power to appoint rests in the Commission. The approval is from the Minister. All I will say to the Honorable Senate is, in looking at this, we must ask the question, who should appoint? If it is to be amended, who should appoint? Honorable Senator didn't proffer any proposals. The second clause that was attacked was clause 13. Sorry, not 13. 11. The commission shall be appointed by the minister. And I pose the question, if it is not the minister who will appoint the commission, who will appoint them? No proposals were made. But, Madam President, Senator Perifit steered clear of dealing with the substance of Clause 11. Understandably, it's grandstanding as usual, understandably. But I think senators who have a more mature reflection on the bill, including Senator King, let us look at the commission and what the commission is to do. This is a commission that is going to regulate and supervise the financial services industry in Belize. And the sectors, the subsectors are set out in the schedule. This commission is going to be on the front line in protecting the integrity of the financial system, trying to ensure that the fight against money laundering and anti-terrorism financing will be done in such a way that Belize meets international standards. And in that regard, Madam President, it seems to the government of the day that there is a certain skill set that needs to be brought to the members who will make up the commission. The fact that in this particular case, the appointment will be by the minister is one thing. And I pose the question again, if not the minister, then who will appoint? Let us look at the members of the commission. 4 members with post-graduation, a minimum of 5 years post-graduation experience in law, finance, business, economics, accounting, securities, investment, or management, and have demonstrated substantial knowledge of the securities industry, of which 2 members have been recommended by the Belize International Financial Services Association. This is an attempt to bring on board, as Senator Perifit alluded to, members of the private sector with the necessary skill set to contribute to the work of the commission. Then, the financial secretary, the director general, the governor of the central bank, the director of the financial intelligence unit, the solicitor general. Is it, because it wasn't clear to me, is it that Senator Perfit objects to the Financial Secretary? Does he object to the Director General? Does he object to the Governor of the Central Bank, the Director of the Financial Services, the Solicitor General? If we don't want these people on the commission who will regulate and supervise the financial services industry of this country, I ask for help from Senator Bengusha with some prayers. Tell me who we want to be in charge of regulating and supervising the financial services of this country. Certainly not Perfit. He doesn't qualify under 11A. And he is none of these others. I want to submit, Madam President and members of the Senate, that on sober and mature reflection on Clause 11, one will find that the fact that it is the minister who makes the appointment is not sufficient to dilute from the effectiveness and the rightness of the composition of the commission. Finally, to the point made by Senator Herrera, Clause 56, Subclause 3. The essence of Senator Herrera's objection is, and Senator Smith, is that this subclause does not satisfy the basic norms of due process and a fair hearing, because the decision will be made by the commission and they will be appointing the appeal panel effectively, appointed by the minister on their advice. Judge and jury. That is, with respect, a powerful objection. And because of that, I've whispered to Senator Herrera after consultation that we will hold the bill in committee in order to look at that clause and to have a more sober debate on the other provisions. I ask that the question be put, Madam President, and as I said, the bill will be held in committee.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Service Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for a fair and accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me see if I can be as big and bad as Senator Herrera. Make the mighty Senator Courtney stand on a bill. You are my hero, sir.
Continue to take these things in jest, assuming that they are meant as such.
Not but love, Madam President, not but love. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Hopeless romantic. Madam President, as I understand the bill, it seems like we want to get into, and I'm sure the Minister of State for Finance will respond, a credit rating system whereby you will have people who will be graded according to, as the word would say, their credibility. So you go into a bank and you ask for a loan, and the bank will, after some period has passed, after this bill is passed, the bank will be able to have information on me and you to say, yes, you have a history of not paying your loans on time, you'd a hard pay, so therefore we have like a credit rating system that we'll be getting from what the Act describes as a credit bureau. And with that then, you will be able to have a grading system for the banking system or any money lending enterprise to say, well, you have a good record. You, on the other hand, have a good record of whenever you have a loan, you pay back on time, and you, are a person who we could trust to lend money to because your record, your name good. So there will be a credit bureau in charge of gathering this information, gathering what the bill proposes to call credit information that will be collected by a bureau to be used by the different financial institutions to bring this about. And the central bank will be the one with the supervisory and regulatory authority of the credit reporting system, so they will regulate it. But the minister, again, will be responsible for the general policy direction for the credit reporting system. Madam President, I don't have searching my brain for a clean way to say it, but I can't, so I won't say it. But Madam President, similar to the appeals panel in the commission, when you look at this act, so you have a credit bureau that can give information, credit information about a particular client. And that credit bureau does something to what in section 40 they refer to as an aggrieved customer. So you could have me, Michael Perfeet, going into the bank for a loan. The bank pulls up my information gathered by some PUP, and they give me a bad credit rating. So me now, I want to build my little house. Yeah, man, smaller. One bedroom. One micro 15 there. So yeah, I want to build my little house. I go borrow the money. I get a bad credit rating from this credit bureau. So the bank says, why Perfeet, they have assessed you. This particular company that is a licensed credit bureau has said that your name no good. So I have a complaint, because you may have essentially then defamed me by saying I have a bad credit rating, which in fact I may not have a bad credit rating. So who do I complain to? You have this credit system and I keep getting an unfair credit rating. Who do I complain to? Well, according to the Act, you complain to a review commission, right? But, Madam President, I will need more prayers. And this is no court of law. This is a court of passing laws. And this is a court of holding people to what they promise. And here we have the ugly head of the minister rearing again. So now, who will determine between an aggrieved consumer and a person who has passed judgment, so to speak, on that aggrieved consumer? There will be a review commission. The review commission, who will deal with matters where the consumer is not satisfied with the decision of a credit bureau in relation to a dispute, or the credit bureau does not issue a decision. So, for example, now, my loan is due, the bank will make a determination on me by Friday. But the credit bureau decided that they promised that they would turn that report in on me on Thursday, even if it's good. But they didn't turn it until the following week, and the bank said, "Bye, we have to deny you because the credit bureau failed." So who do I go to for reprieve? Who do I go to for justice? You go to the review commission. And this is all I'll say, Madam President, and then I want to say, no. The review commission shall consist of A, the director of the Bureau of Standards, who shall be the chairperson, and two persons, two members appointed by the minister. Minister again. Are you the look? No, we'll get to that, man. We'll get to that. And you're looking to me, well, what's the counter proposal? What's the solution? Now you say you may pass laws to reduce ministerial powers. Not ask we for help to make suggestions to you. You promised that. You're supposed to have the solution. The minister shall, in accordance with prescribed selection procedures, appoint members of a review commission referred to in 1B from amongst persons such as the ombudsman, attorneys at law, certified public accountants, economists, administrators, and chief financial officers. So it could be any lawyer, any CPA, any economist, any administrator. But the fact of the matter is, those two people, if he chooses not to go with the ombudsman and just go with just two attorneys at law, or two CPAs, or one CPA and one attorney at law, the majority of the review commission will be appointed by the minister. The minister has direct control over the majority of the commission. So then when I go into my financial institution, when a Belizean goes into a financial institution and asks for a loan, and that Belizean can't get that loan because some credit bureau made some mistake or did something wrong or filed a wrong report, and that Belizean has to make a complaint. In this environment, you're a better PUP. Because if you're not PUP, the minister has the majority of his people on the review commission. And that is another example, Madam President. Get the minister out of these things like you said you would when you were campaigning. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to generally support the the bill, Madam President. Importantly, I think in this bill, we're looking at establishing a credit reporting system in Belize. This has been something that we have not had in Belize before. In terms of operating a modern economy, credit is extremely important, crucial for the continuation of business and its function. And so this is certainly a welcome move, I believe. I think what it does is allows financial institutions to screen borrowers and monitor risk profiles. Why is this important, Madam President? Institutions need to assess risk before they are able to on-lend. And so when you go in and ask for credit, they need to assess your risk profile. That is not possible without a system that is churning out data on individuals. And so I think that it will go a long way in terms of further developing the whole credit system that we have in Belize. But it has other advantages as well, and I'll get into some of these. It should reduce the default ratio for borrowers, simply because financial institutions will have a better idea of what your risk profile is before they lend to you. Persons will now have a credit history, and so they'll be able to go into your history and to see what that history looks like, whether you've been good on your payments with respect to your loans, or you've defaulted below. One of the unintended consequences of this, though, and I think this is something that we have to take into effect, is it may also give rise to the informal sector in terms of the loan sharking, because persons who may have bad credit and that history is following you then may be prevented from access to financing in the formal sector. And so this is one thing I think could be an unintended consequence of what we're having in the bill. But overall, Madam President, I think the bill is an extremely good one, and I think that it's important that we go down this road, because basically what we're doing is we're building reputational collateral to a large extent. I am trustworthy. I'm paying my loans. I've gone through that system over and over. Many times we don't have the money to start business or do something that may be productive. So you go to the banks or whatever financial institutions are there, you borrow, you get going, and then you pay it off. And if you've done this a couple times, then again, that history then becomes part of an asset that you have. And hopefully this translates into other things. Perhaps lower interest rates, better access to financing, better lower collateral. Hopefully it results in these. Because again, if I have a better history than someone who was defaulted before, I'm hoping that the financial institutions will give me a better interest rate. I'm hoping that I won't have to give up my house, land, kids as collateral. And so I think these are very positive things that I think this bill can bring, Madam President. Again, Senator Perifit, and I won't go over this again because I think we mentioned it in a previous bill. But perhaps I think we should continue to look at areas where we reduce ministerial power in everyday operations. I think that to a large extent, when we look at, there are two levels I think we always have to look at. We look at policy. Policy is basically what we're doing today. We're setting the policy, putting the policy in place. But then after this is done, then the operations people should be able to run the system, and I'm hoping that ministers will spend more time on the policy and less on the operations. The leader of government business, Senator Courtney, asked, well, what is the alternative? I certainly think that is something I think we can discuss. I've seen creative ways of how we get around some of these things sometimes, and so I think it's high time that we look at going in a direction where we reduce as much as possible ministerial intervention at the operations level, and let's keep that as much as possible at the policy level. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for a fair and an accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for a fair and an accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. I will need even more prayers, Madam President. And I heard Senator Herrera before you sat down just now said we hope that in the future we have these bills that reduce in ministerial interference. Oh, look what we have. The new Fiscal Incentive Act, right, coming up now. And Minister Kowe will say, oh, but if you look at the present one, it's very similar to this. No, man, they elect Uno, no. You're supposed to act no from this point forward. Fiscal incentive, what is it? Madam President, a decision is made by the government to forgive operations and people and company, forgive them taxes, duties, and stuff like that to do business. And while that is part of a developing country's weapons it can use to attract investment and to attract people to invest in the economy, conceptually there's no issue with it. If somebody is bringing in $10 million into the economy and they want $1 million tax break or whatever, that's fair because you're still up $9 million of injection that could multiply. No. Minister again. Minister again. Prime Minister. No got nothing to do. Listen. Section 3.3. This is how it starts, Madam President. The Executive Director of Beltrade shall submit a recommendation. Isn't that your old job? Minister Courtney, you were once the Executive Director of Beltrade. Brother, that was your job, Executive Director of Beltrade. Yes, man. They have reduced it now to being a high-level messenger service. Listen to this. The Executive Director of Beltrade shall submit a recommendation in writing to the Minister on the question of whether, in their opinion, an application for an incentive should be approved. An application under subsection 1 may be considered by the Minister, and after consideration of the recommendation under subsection 3, and after consultation with the Minister responsible for relevant approved activity. So if you're dealing with something in agriculture, then the Minister getting the recommendation from Beltrade would then consult with the Minister of Agriculture and say what you think of this. But the final decision rests with just one person, and that's the Minister of Finance. I thought we were trying to reduce ministerial powers. This is like the third bill for the day alone, where we're increasing ministerial powers or adding to it or maintaining it, which is something you said you wouldn't do when you were campaigning, sir. The Minister may approve or refuse an application for an incentive, and where an application is approved, the Minister shall by order publish in the Gazette issue a fiscal incentive order. Minister again. Subsection 3, Madam President, of Section 5. A person who is granted incentive under this act may, during the relevant duty exemption period, import into Belize. This is where the person who import once the person has gotten an exemption. Free from any duty or tax under subsection 1, any category listed under paragraphs A to D, and that is considered to be necessary to establish, expand, or operate an approved enterprise. These are the categories: building materials, plant, machinery, equipment, tools, specialized tools, utility transport vehicles, aircrafts, marine crafts, fixtures, and fittings. Fine. B, spare parts on plant and plant-related machinery, agricultural machinery. C, raw materials and packages. And D, any other category as determined by the Minister. So then why even waste time to put A to C? Just put one category. What can you get a fiscal incentive for? What can you get duty exemption for? Whatever the Minister wants. Whatever he wants. And you look at subsection 6. It says, notwithstanding subsection 1, the Minister may refuse to grant an incentive on any category as he seems fit. There are no legislation for improve no governance, man. An approved enterprise may apply to the Minister to vary the information contained in a fiscal incentive order, including in relation to any change of the following information. And D was the one that stuck out. The names of proprietor or shareholders of the approved enterprise. You notice there is nothing that says here. It says that Beltrade will make a recommendation to the Minister for the fiscal incentive, but to vary, you don't need no Beltrade. Minister could do that by himself. It doesn't say it here. Could vary the names of the proprietor or shareholders of the approved enterprise. So you and I, Madam President, being upstanding, brilliant, NASHOS graduates, of course they will give us an incentive, right? But you could apply to make the Minister take on me or your name after a while and put in 2 new names. And only the Minister knows about that. So the intended recipients of that approved enterprise or fiscal incentive could be changed at a whim by the Minister without it having to go through Beltrade. At least you had the facade of having it go through Beltrade before the original application comes. Aye, man. I'll try to hurry up, man. Then, Madam President, there's another one. A person, section 17, because we're talking about the other incentives that can be varied, can go from 5 years to 25 years. Then you have the one-off fiscal incentive. From that, the minister involved, A person may apply to the minister in the approved form for a one-off duty exemption. Why to the minister? Don't you have bell trade that can function? Why does the minister have to receive that application? We're trying to reduce ministerial powers, you say. Then, this is the part that I found kind of strange. If you look at section 18, 2, for the purposes of this part, a reference to a micro, small, or medium-sized enterprise, or MSME, is a reference to a company or business that has the following characteristics. Less than 5 employees, for example. If you're a micro enterprise, less than 5 employees, annual sales of less than $100,000. For a small enterprise, the company or business consists of 5 or more, but not more than 20 employees working on a full-time basis. Then those are some of the characteristics of that. But look at subsection 4. The minister, look at subsection 3 first, Madam President. It said, for the purposes of classifying the size of an enterprise, the size of a company or business shall be the larger classification if the enterprise satisfies a qualifying indicator in more than one category. Then in a completely separate and distinct subsection, the minister may, by order published in the Gazette, subject to negative resolution, alter any of the characteristics of a company or business specified in subsection 2. But how can a minister alter a private company? I don't understand that part. Oh yeah, that's what it says. If you look, Madam President, this is the part that's really interesting. I said the same thing. No, man. No, tell me I'm willing to be all the minister. I'll tell you. And subject to negative resolution of what? The House? Or the Senate? Look at section 24, Madam President. An approved enterprise that contravenes or fails to comply with the provisions of this act shall be liable to an administrative penalty. So, if you violate your fiscal incentive, you're liable to an administrative penalty. Like I said, I don't care what the law was before, You are here now. Section 25 says, all administrative penalties payable under this act shall be paid into the Consolidated Revenue Fund or a separate fund approved by the ministry responsible for finance. But why would you need a separate fund? Who would control that fund? Who would determine how that fund would be spent? Those are some of the things that indicate overall, Madam President, my point in debating this bill is this. This government said when they were campaigning that they would pass legislation to reduce the presence of ministers and to reduce ministerial powers and discretion. And this is the third bill for the day for which the minister is all over the place. All over the place, man. This is not you. This is not you fulfilling a campaign promise that you made. And that is the point I wanted to make, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Alvin Bengoche.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize Senator Alvin Bengoje.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, as I rise to speak, I just want to indicate, especially on those or in these specific areas on which I have made contribution, and make sure I do enough homework. And I want to also indicate the same for this section. So I make sure not only do I do any homework, but do enough consultation in speaking to some of these important issues. Madam President, what is before us certainly is an improvement from what was there before, having read through it thoroughly. I want to say, first of all, that we take note of the preamble there of the bill to act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentive Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, and pointing out the other things. Madam President, it is important to note that the bill is benefiting and offers a solution to MSME persons just starting small businesses. It is important also to note that it is a positive bill which comes with certain incentives. For example, the duty-free exemption section for 4 years. It is good for people who are starting or who are involved in any way in small business. It is also important to note that it creates a free marketplace for small businesses and offers a level of creativity, and it develops those subsidies. The bill itself offers a level of due diligence and oversight and accountability, that which social partners have always been preaching and are concerned about and over. Now, I say that because I also want to add, and I must be specific in saying this, especially for this bill. I am not as concerned about ministerial oversight. I'm not so concerned about that because I think I've read enough and researched enough to know. And I need to say this because I think perhaps it has a lot to do with the minister and the ministry as to, for example, the exercise and the execution of powers. And in this case, I would also recognize that the person responsible for bell trade is a person with whom the minister will consult with. And I think it is also important to note, as I said before, it is the execution and how the minister himself or herself carries out her responsibility. So I must emphasize again that, especially in this case, I'm not so concerned about ministerial oversight and ministerial power. Because to a large extent, if we read through, we will recognize that it is actually the executive and those who are responsible who are allowed to carry out their functions in a very free way. And though, yes, they will be responsible to others, those people are allowed to carry out their responsibility, and I must dare say, without fear and favor. Madam President, in this bill, as I said, there is adequate transparency and oversight in what is there. It offers, as I said, an opportunity for MSME personnel to utilize the effectiveness of this bill and to produce a level of growth for MSMEs. Madam President, I want to say that with all the research I have done and with what is before us, I support the bill.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support the bill as well. I think that, again, it's an extremely good initiative. I know that there is the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the laws of Belize as it exists, but I think that this expands the access that small businesses will have to fiscal incentives. I think that it's important to point out that exporting companies in Belize, whether they're in services or products, used to have the Export Processing Zone Act, and now that has been changed to the Designated Processing Areas Act, that are key for companies, especially startups. One of the most critical times for any business getting off is during those first 4 or 5 years, Madam President. I mean, I've recently gone through that process and I know how difficult it is. It's a time when you really need the most assistance. And it's a time when you're trying to get a financial break the most because a lot of times your expenses are greater than your revenues during that time. And so you're barely trying to gain breathing space, gain time. And I think that these fiscal incentives to the MSE, overall to the MSME sectors and the other ones that are mentioned earlier in the bill, I think are important to try to bridge that gap, those early years in the life of those companies. And so I certainly applaud those efforts to address those areas. Again, I don't want to be overly critical, but again, the previous bills we talk about in terms of being ministerial heavy, these ones are really, really, really ministerial overloaded. I think that I counted about 12 areas in the bill that had that addressed ministerial discretions or gave ministerial discretions. And again, I don't want to overload on that point, but I wanted to point it out that perhaps we could do a little better than that as we're going forward. Again, the ministerial discretion, intervention, powers, whatever you want to call it, Madam President, is important, especially when we look at it. And I've had the opportunity recently to work with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry on a campaign finance reform proposal, bill, if you like. And I think it's important to note that when you have this type of structure where ministers have all these type of discretions, all these types of powers, especially with respect to fiscal incentives, that these can easily cross that red line and be tied into campaign financing. And so I wanted to raise that point, especially as a caution as we're going along, that we keep these things in our consciousness, and we try to limit those exposures as much as possible. And I think one way of doing it is to, again, limit ministerial interventions in the operational areas. But to end where I began, Madam President, I think that it's an important piece of legislation. I think that the intention is certainly a good one. And I think that it will go a far way in terms of addressing and assisting small businesses. I especially like the wording on the MSME area, where once you've qualified in that category, I mean, once you are qualified to be in that category, that you're given special considerations in terms of the fiscal incentives. And I think the wording in there was extremely good and will go a far way in terms of assisting MSMEs, whether they're in the urban area, but especially in the rural areas where we need so much development, so much activities to try to stem that tide from rural migration to urban areas. And so those are areas that I think the bill can impact significantly. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett. Just checking if that is still on the nameplate.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, and yes, it is. I rise to support the Fiscal Incentive Bill 2023 and supporting that last point, several points really that you made, Senator Herrera, but especially the fact that this particular bill will now be the framework for further development for our rural communities. Given the fact as well that we are doing so much infrastructural development in terms of road, that is already adding increased access to the different communities. So could you imagine now having a bill like this to add to the road infrastructure and now business being able to be developed by these the persons in our rural community? I think it's going to continue to have the most profound effect for our economy. I only see it simply as a way of continued stabilization of the country, which has been done over the past 2 years. And in addition to the stabilization, the explosion of the micro, small, and medium enterprises that continue to grow in our country. We definitely know as a nation and the world where, entrepreneurship has just blossomed to the point that you wonder where were all these creativity that had existed before. And simply because we are a people of creation, we are a people that are quick to definitely consider new initiative. This bill will continue to support the people of Belize. I especially like this bill as well because, and also I like it, I love it, because what I've experienced in the area where I live, Ladyville, and the rural areas in that part of our country, is that a lot of young people are moving into entrepreneurship. And not just that, from the mere fact that we have a list, which I know for sure will continue to be added on, we have 21 approved areas of activity, all of which, as I review these listings, will definitely impact women in our country. And this is a government that will continue to support initiatives that are built on the backs of women who are much of the nation builders in this country. So I stand to support this bill in its full extent. I do know that every bill is created not with perfection, but it's definitely an additional step moving forward for a government that is responsible. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Bevin Kal.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Madam President, I rise in support of this Fiscal Incentive Bill 2023. As I listened to our colleague on the other side, Madam President, it seemed that he reviewed these bills and motions and simply looking for the word minister and never really get into the substance of what the bills are. As I read through these bills, Madam President, I look at the substance, and especially when it comes to the word or the abbreviations MSME. The past bill and the bill that we are talking about right now is focused on that. Our government, this government is focused on small businesses, especially women-led, like my colleague said. I think the goal of the government is to grow the economy and stabilize it so that we can be sustainable, so that everyone can benefit. And Madam President, when I look at the bill, and I will go to section 19, and I will read it with your permission, Madam President, that in addition to the fiscal incentives under section 5, and section 5 clearly states what these are, and these include the import duty, the revenue replacement duty, excise duty, and the payment of business tax. Madam President, I think that the bills before, how it was before, really was benefiting most of the bigger established businesses. Now the goal of this government is to include the smaller businesses, locally owned businesses especially, in Belize, and this, Madam President, is news for our small businesses. Like I said, in addition to Section 5, and with your permission, I'll read 19A. So exemption from import duty, revenue replacement duty, or the excise on goods with an important value of up to $1 million for a period of up to 4 years, and with an option of renewal for a period of up to 4 years, and in any case up to a maximum of 8 years. So these small businesses now, Madam President, will have the access again to up to $1 million of incentives. Now, what struck me is, and is really important, and it must be pointed out, Madam President, in the same section 19.3, and again I will read with your permission, notwithstanding the British Honduras Stores Order 1968 and the financial orders or any law of the contrary, 20%, so 20% of all stores purchased or contracts entered into by the government shall be purchased from or made with MSME. Madam President, this is great news because this will open the market and include our small businesses into contracts and sales that the government and purchases that the government does on an annual basis. Madam President, I think this is great news for our small businesses. The pandemic has taught us a lot. It is bringing the best out of us. The entrepreneurs that we have right now, Madam President, is amazing. We have a diverse of businesses that has opened, and now we encourage them to register, get into the legal system, and let us start to benefit from these initiatives. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you, Madam President, and Senator Mark and Senator Flanders. Welcome also. Madam President, I'll be very brief because I truly proudly support this bill. In some quick research that I did in preparing for this particular debate on this particular bill, in developed countries, 99% of their firms are MSMEs. 70% of the jobs in developed countries are supported by MSMEs, and the MSMEs account for 50% of GDP. Now, this government is driving, under Plan Belize, to grow the economy the way it should be grown. It shouldn't be bigger government. It should be the private sector driving the economy. Right, Senator Kevin? Now, in Belize, and I speak specifically to our country now, between February of 2019 and April of 2021, during the high COVID era, 70 to 80% of our MSMEs lost between 30 to 70% of their revenue and investment. So they took a beating during that period. And this bill is a good start. I think more can be done. Right, brother? Senator Chris? But what this bill is doing is bringing to life the road show that was led by the Ministry of Finance. I know our Prime Minister, Senator Chris, CEO Nara Garcia were instrumental in putting together that roadshow where the micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs came out in their numbers all across the country. And it's a demonstration of the commitment for Plan Belize. And I'm really, really happy for this bill. Allow me, Madam President, to use this opportunity to make one quick clarification in relation to a matter that arose in Santa Elena a few days back. Mr. Jorge Recinos Imports, another one of these businesses that is being heavily supported by our government because of the fact that they are creating employment and opportunities for more and more Belizeans. Some time back, they purchased a piece of property in an auction from Atlantic Bank Limited. And that property has, running right through the property right now, is a street named Eve Street in Santa Elena. Mr. Jorge Recinos, who is the proprietor of this and another medium-sized business, we want to say large, but I look at the criteria and I'm like, yes, this is aiming to address and help entrepreneurs like him that's really out there putting and giving their all. Well, the street that ran right through his property, Mr. Recinos decided, well, guess what? This is running through my property, but I have plans to expand my business. And these incentives, as we are seeing in this bill, is allowing more and more of these entrepreneurs to expand. And as they expand, they employ. So he's been in discussion with Ministry of Natural Resources over time, and he was given the green light to actually proceed with the plans for his business. But because Eve Street runs right through his property, it became an issue for the good people of Bradley's Bank in Santa Elena in particular, and there was a slight uproar. It was, some media houses have carried it, but I have to applaud and use this opportunity, Madam President, to applaud the efforts of the Honorable Alex Balona, the area representative for Kaya Central, who instead of just getting all flurry, got into the essence, understood what the issue was, and came to the rescue of not only the business owner, but also the people of Bradley's Bank, in that the business owner and the ministry have decided that instead of the street running through, right through the middle of his property, it will now just cut the outskirts of the property, and the people will have access still to that street. So I want to applaud that effort, and I want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. Recinos, because when you look at business people actually giving up of themselves for the betterment of the community, and that's what we are seeing in this bill, Madam President, that more and more businesses are appreciating what this administration, this government is doing under Plan Belize, and they are working hand in hand with us to build a stronger, better country. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise to support this bill, and I actually want to make reference to two words: inclusivity and sustainability. When I see these two words, I believe that no one will be excluded, and of course, it's a bill that will allow everyone to benefit. Anybody who believes that they want to develop themselves and also develop our country, there's a place here for them. I want the country to know that this bill is not about ministers, but it's about the people. It's about the people of this country so that they can become strong, sustainable individuals. This bill is paving a way, and it's giving opportunity to competitive markets, both for domestic and international entrepreneurs. And the approved activities that I see here, there is a space for everyone. If you're a tailor, the agricultural people, whoever wants to start up their business, there is something here for you. I believe that it's a structure that will improve the ideas of individuals, and it will give them the know-how to become better and to become innovative entrepreneurs. As an educator, I want to go to the structure of my school and some of the programs that we're offering. For example, there is this entrepreneurial program that we have at Ecumenical College. And I'm sure I can see via the Facebook that Lynham Agricultural College also have things that they're doing through entrepreneurial skills. With this bill, Madam Speaker, this enable our youth, Madam President, this enable our youth to take chances because the support is there. Sometimes we see or we believe, that we don't have the chance to do anything because the support is lacking. People are crying for support. They need the assistance. They need the know-how to do things. I watch my students when they make their little artifacts in their entrepreneurial class. All they need is some guidance. How do we do packaging? How do we get our materials in order for us to make our business produce and become better? I believe, Madam President, that with this bill, it's only going to allow our country to build, it's going to strengthen our economy, and it's also going to strengthen our people. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of this bill. And I just want to make a few comments to add a little bit of perspective. Today is a great day for small business. Today, we celebrate the ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit of small business, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Our government, this administration, recognizes the importance of small business. The Statistical Institute of Belize has identified, as Senator Montejo spoke to, that 93% of the total business establishments in Belize were considered MSMEs. By far and away, the majority of all business in Belize are MSMEs. So when we look at how we drive this economy, how the private sector functions, how we enable the private sector, we have to enable small business. A lot has been accomplished over the past couple of years, and we can talk about the numbers once again. The growth rate, 15% in 2021, likely going to be 11% after all the numbers are accounted for in 2022, way ahead of other countries in the region, in both Central America and the Caribbean, in the Latin America region on a whole. In part, it has to do with government's policies, but by far and away, it has to do with the entrepreneurial spirit and the productivity of the people of Belize and the business community. Resources that were not being utilized in the past are now being put to bear to drive this economy. Financial resources and human capital. We have unemployment rate from a high of 30% now to down to 5%, unprecedented in the history of Belize. But we have to do more. We cannot stop and be happy with what we've done. We always have to do more. As much as we speak to how many businesses are small business, many of those businesses have not gotten the support that they need, as Senator Herrera spoke to, especially those startups. In their early years, they need the support. And this administration has fully recognized the need for that support. So over the past couple of years, we talk about borrowings and loans. But what have been the purposes for those borrowings? Most of that, or many of it, has been for small business. You may recall at the investment summit at the end of, towards the end of 2021, Belize signed for $15 million with the IDB to fund the DFC for small business, sustainable and inclusive small business, gender conscious small business. 15 million US, that's 30 million Belize dollars. Subsequent to that, Taiwan's ICDF further agreed to support that program with another $10 million to the DFC for small business, especially led by women. So that's just the IDB alone for the DFC. Then last year, we had $50 million for small farmers, leveraging additional resources from participating financial institutions, tied in with equity from small farmers, whether sweat equity or otherwise, to support their innovation, their productivity. Today, we approved a loan motion from the IDB for $30 million for sustainable and inclusive Belize, supporting small business once again, particularly in the tourism and agriculture sectors. It's important to highlight in those loans and those investment projects that the focus is not simply about handing over money or lending money to small business, but enhancing their capacity, their ability to operate, supporting them with developing their business plans, functioning financially, improving their financial literacy. Those are critical elements for the long-term sustainability of small business and for a small business to graduate to medium and large. Today, we also have the credit reporting bill. And who does that benefit most? Access to credit, access to more affordable credit on a more timely basis for those that don't have the physical collateral, but maybe have the reputational collateral. Small business, micro enterprises, small and medium enterprises, they are the main beneficiaries from a legislation such as that. And likewise is this fiscal incentives bill. This fiscal incentives bill replicates what had existed, but enhances on the existing law specifically to enable MSMEs to benefit from a program such as this. It simplifies processes. It lowers the cost of gaining these incentives by minimizing some of the requirements especially for micro and small enterprises. And it expressly enables them to numerous exemptions. Why is the minister involved? Well, it does have revenue implications. So the Minister of Finance has to be involved in looking at what scope and level of exemptions are to be granted. That has a direct impact on the budget. But getting back to the MSME, small business, one of the concerns that this bill seeks to address is the informal sector. Many MSMEs are not in the formal sector. It is said that roughly half of our economy is not fully accounted for because it operates in the informal sector. This bill makes specific provisions to incentivize MSMEs to become part of the formal sector. And how does it do that? It provides amnesty. Effectively, it provides amnesty for those businesses, small businesses, that have not been operating and have accrued certain liabilities, tax liabilities or penalties, for not having registered, whether with the company's register or in more particular, the tax department, that they enjoy an amnesty if they register within the next 6 months. And beyond that, it provides an opportunity to gain an exemption for up to a year in business taxes if they do in fact register. So there is a clear objective here to get small businesses registered, to get them formalized and brought into the formal sector. As they are so brought in, and with the benefit of new laws like the credit reporting system, they enjoy a greater opportunity to access credit on a more affordable basis, to allow them to grow their business, to become successful. So, Madam President, I fully endorse this bill in its entirety. Thank you.
Madam President, the red-eye man has left. It's regrettable. But when you look at bills with a red eye, not only do you misunderstand, but you misrepresent. And the record of the Senate needs to be corrected. First of all, as an overarching comment, Senator Koi is absolutely correct. You cannot, as a matter of constitutional law and good governance, have anyone other than the Minister of Finance being the person who will grant concessions. Why? Because it is foregoing revenue. The Minister of Finance is constitutionally responsible to the National Assembly for the collection and expenditure of government revenue. There is no one else, no other authority in the government constitutional structure that can forgive revenue. So, the criticism that the minister appears in this bill as a person who will grant, revoke, suspend, or vary fiscal incentives is misplaced. And I thank Senator Bengoshe for going on the record and saying he has, insofar as this bill is concerned, no concern for ministerial involvement. That is what the Constitution and the law of this country requires. Now, let me deal with the red-eye man. It is incorrect, Madam President, to suggest that there is anything wrong with Clause 5.3. Clause 5.3 sets out the categories that can, on which exemptions could be granted, and ends up with any other category as determined by the minister. Senator Herrera, I'm sure, would agree with me that it happens from time to time that businesses request fiscal incentives, request duty exemptions, and they list the things that they are going to seek exemptions on. And invariably, on that list is something that does not fall into any of the categories that have been listed. And therefore, the minister is constrained from granting a fiscal incentive on a part or an aspect of some project or some investment. The purpose behind this is to ensure that that project that would have qualified for a fiscal incentive is not frustrated because the bill sets out in very clear terms all the categories that we have experience with, but provides also for new possible categories that will require fiscal incentives. Instead of the red-eye man supporting the foresight, he has once again irresponsibly criticized the government for thinking and providing the right provisions in law. Madam President, let us go to Clause 7. An approved enterprise may apply to the minister to vary the information contained in a fiscal order, including in relation to any change to any of the following information. And the red-eye man jumped down to D, the names of a proprietor or shareholders of the approved enterprise. And once again, misrepresented and misinformed this Senate of what the law is. Because he said that the minister can change anybody's name where he wants without going through Beltrade. I appealed to Senator Smith to provide some remedial reading and understanding lessons for the red-eye man.
Minister, that we refer to the senator by his name and not the red-eye man, if you may.
I stand corrected, Madam President. Senator Perifit, if he was being genuine in his concern and criticism, would have disclosed to the Senate Clause 15. Clause 15 says, an approved enterprise that forms the intention to change the shareholders of the approved enterprise shall inform the minister through Beltrade of that intention prior to the change. So when he jumped and said the names of the proprietary and shareholders can be changed by the minister without anybody knowing, it is comprehensively untrue. The law sets out in Clause 15 the procedure for it to be done through Beltrade. And Madam President, it is fortified by Clause 3, because Clause 3 provides for the grant, revocation, or variation of an incentive, the renewal, grant, or variation of an incentive. And when you read the section, you will see that an incentive includes the grant, the renewal, or the variation. Subclause 3 says the executive director of Beltrade shall submit a recommendation in writing to the minister on whether the incentive, i.e. a grant, renewal, or variation. So for there to be a change in the shareholders, Senator Perifit should have been honest with the Senate and said it can only happen on the recommendation of the executive chairman of Beltrade, the executive director. He's gone, but he's not here right now, but the truth has to be told. And then this one, I will concede, Madam President, and I'm trying to be kind, can only have arisen due to his opacity in his mental faculties. I don't know whether, you see, I said it's for these reasons that I said he wouldn't qualify as an attorney in the other bill. Because any attorney properly informing himself, reading simple language and understanding, would know that Senator Perifit's criticism of Clause 18.4 is entirely misplaced. Again, it's not misinformation, it's misrepresentation. It's worse. He read Clause 4, which says the minister may, by order published in the Gazette, subject to negative resolution, alter any of the characteristics of a company or business specified in subsection 2. And he said, how can a minister change the characteristics of a company? Honesty, good sense, and understanding means that you read the whole sentence. It says the characteristics of a company or business specified in subsection 2, which would take you to subsection 2. And subsection 2 sets out as characteristics the size of the enterprise. The size of the enterprise, how much people they employ, and what its revenue is. And that is what the characteristics referred to in subclause 4 is concerned with, not the constituent documents of the company itself. You know, then teacher company law, the University of the West Indies. He have a certificate. He ought to know this. But it happens, Madam President, when you have a red eye. Let me wind up by joining colleagues who come to this Senate today at this time and place and proudly, loudly, and clearly support the Fiscal Incentives Act. It is a forward-thinking piece of legislation that is a commitment made by the People's United Party that advances our program to support small, medium enterprise and micro enterprises in Belize. Those that are climate resilient, those that are promoting women, and those, in the words of Senator Jang, are inclusive and sustainable. Madam President, without apology and with confidence, I move the second reading of this bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive programs, to improve the regulatory function, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentive Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentive, to offer a new fiscal incentive, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Notary's Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a Notary Public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, all the bill does is to empower the Chief Justice to set out the rules and the criteria for a person to become a Notary Public. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Notary's Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice, to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a Notary Public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Notary Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a Notary Public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motions and Bills.
I ask for the gallery to be clear.
Did propose amendments to a number of clauses in the bill. Clause 56.2 has been amended, and the proposal is that the appeal panel shall be comprised of a Chief Justice or another judge nominated by the Chief Justice, who shall be the chairperson, and two persons who satisfy the qualifications listed there to be appointed by the minister. 57.4, at any meeting of the panel, a decision may be taken by a majority of its members, provided that members constituting the majority shall include the chairperson. 59, a member of the panel appointed by the minister may resign by giving
Public business, government business, motions.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Air Services Agreement between the Government of Qatar and the Government of Belize, Motion 2023, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the Air Services Agreement between the Government of Qatar and the Government of Belize. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, Motion 2023, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for its adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Financial Services Commission Bill 2023 and passed it with amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for the financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, with your permission, I'll take these three bills together. Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Credit Reporting Bill, the Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023, and the Notary's Public Amendment Bill 2023, and have passed three of them without amendment. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to provide for a fair and accurate credit reporting system with the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. That the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Notaries Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for a fair and accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable and share and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumers' information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Fiscal incentive bill. Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Incentive Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory function, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentive, to offer new fiscal incentive, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, the Notary Public Bill. The bill for an act to amend the Notary Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.